Alrighty, tidy folks. Good morning. Again, it is. What does it say? Oh, nice. It is a smarmy 44 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like 6 degrees Celsius. Something like that. In the garage-agi this morning. And I'm beginning to remember, not beginning to remember, I'm beginning to feel the reasons why I don't do car stuff for a living anymore. The reason I got out of it in the first place. The hope was that whatever damage I had caused had mostly healed itself up, not having done it for the last 10 years? 8 years or so. But that was long enough to heal whatever the hell damage I'd caused. That does not appear to be the case, because my left arm, the shoulder, is back to... When I wake up in the morning, it feels like someone has driven a couple of railroad spikes through the joint, which is something I lived with for 10 years, every day. And I knew it was working on cars was doing it to me. I think part of it has to do with my brain doesn't know the limits of my body. Like I am. But I shouldn't that. I should apply limits. I should limit myself. Standing up and laying down on the ground and, up and down, up and down, up and down. And then twisting and various ways that end up causing harm. Should probably not do those things, but I don't know exactly which ones it is that cause problems, so I don't know really how to judge where that is, what's going on, how to deal with it, etc., etc. I've tried all kinds of things. Nothing really seems to help. So right now, I am letting the V-dub idle for a few minutes because it's just been kind of sitting in the driveway. Well, it's been sitting on the road. Now it's sitting in the driveway. Not really doing much. And flooded cell lead acid batteries aren't a big fan of just sitting around doing nothing most of the time. They're fine on the shelf without a drain, but even on the shelf they self-discharge at a rate that you should really put a maintenance charge on them at least once a month. I was debating on if I wanted to start the stream today or not, because the van is down on the ground, it's running around. I still need to replace the one transmission pan bolt that is the wrong bolt, for which I need to go to the junkyard. I also kind of want to take the cannon down when I go, and since it's nice and cool, and I don't have to worry about getting hot and overheated and etc., etc., I want to walk around and take some video and some pictures of different things on cars. The last time I went, it was too hot. So I took a camera one time down there, or I took the Canon down there one time, and it was just far too hot. I didn't want to be there. The cars didn't want to be there. The camera didn't want to be there. So we left. But now that it's nice and cool, before we get a snow, which this year is going to be mild, simply because part of the cycle. Last year was crazy. So this year is going to be a little bit more mild than that. Next year will be a little bit more mild than that. Heard a funny noise. Okay. I see airplanes leaving them mind control drug trails up there in the sky. But, oh yeah. So we got the transmission computer back. We had a guy just reflow the whole thing. That wasn't a good idea. I plugged it in, and what you end up getting now... Actually, I should check the code while I'm thinking about it. Because I bet there's a code in there now. But why... See, I don't know. I don't know. The next step before we buy a computer is going to be, I need to green wire the connection that comes in. I need to green wire it all the way to the end of the analog line. That's what I need to do. So I can stick the oscope on there and we can see if the transmission computer is actually getting a signal that tells it it's going crazy, which would be the ECU is a problem. But I highly doubt that's the issue. Because the ECU, that same line that comes out of the ECU that tells the transmission computer what the engine speed is, also goes to the cluster. And when you check the cluster, even when you plug in the transmission computer and you know the transmission computer is going to do its thing. So I checked the cluster, engine speed was fine, shut the engine off, plug the transmission computer in, turn the key on, connected to the transmission computer, checked engine speed, started the engine. It goes up to like 8 grand and then down to the correct idle number, and then 2,500 and then 4,600, and then it just keeps doing this number up and down, up and down. I suspect that reflowing, I have a sneaking suspicion it's the multiplexer that the RPM line comes into is damaged or bad. I should probably follow the rest of the line, see what other data comes into there. That could possibly tell me. And what it's probably doing is it's outputting ones when it's supposed to be outputting zeros somewhere. So it's probably sticking high or something. So I need to look at the analog signal at the pin on the multiplexer and see what it's doing. And if that RPM signal from the ECU into the digital, the A to D device is fine, then it's guaranteed either the multiplexer or the main calculator unit on the transmission controller. And I would love to find the parts and replace them and fix the thing. The problem is I can't find parts for it. I tried looking up the numbers on the ICs to try to get some information out of it. Nothing. I did find a Russian company that pulls those ICs off of transmission computers and sells them used. I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know if I would trust a used IC, period. Has nothing to do with where it's coming from. But besides the fact that current geopolitical states on our planet, shipping from such a place might be a problem somehow, some way. So we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I am going to check the code real quick, because normally what happens is it runs for a minute, and the problem goes away. So the computer warms up. I would take you guys out there, but the garage is a mess and the cables are all over the place. So if you just give me just a minute, I'm going to go clear the code and then check the numbers and see if it's still doing it now that it's been idling for a minute. Tell you what. No. No. Wait for just a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to do a thing, probably not tomorrow, but in the coming next few days. I want to record what it's doing so I can post it in a video. Ah. Alright. So, buttons on your pants. Okay. So, we do need to pull the pan on the V-dub at some point, replace the fluid, because it's 190,000 miles old. Because it's a lifetime fluid. It's probably never been changed, honestly. Don't ever trust anybody that says lifetime fluid or lifetime spark plug or lifetime anything wear and tear. Wear and tear items are not lifetime anything. Ever. Because I guarantee you, your lifetime is not going to be the same as what the OEM says is a lifetime. It's like, bro, I lived for 80 years. I don't know about you, but 5 years is not a lifetime in any stretch of the imagination. So, I just had an idea. Don't know if it'll work, but it's an idea. Alright, so I gotta do the door lock actuator. I'm going to look it up real quick. Make sure it is what I think it is. So we're gonna go to Garmin.li, our favorite little, what you call it there, webity site for parts and labor on these things. Body and frame, probably. Locks. Door locks. Power locks. Door lock actuator. Apparently, it's like you pull the door panel and it's right there. Arrow. We've got this guy right here. I will take you guys over there for that. This damn bike. This damn bike is just in the way. Angry grunting. Not angry, I'm the one that put it in the way. If it's gonna be angry, I gotta be angry at myself. Okay, well, let this tomato bike out of the way. Right? Let us tomato bike out of way. Uh-oh. Jack stand. You're in the way. Now jack stand's in the way. These things that I put in places, they don't listen, do they? When I tell them they're in the way, they just sit there. Stare at me like I'm stupid or something. Does this look like a stupid face to you? Don't answer that. Today's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Alright, so before we get in there, I just want to look inside this thing. I want to see a thing! Mostly I just want to see what it looks like. But I want to see if I can determine. Oh, it comes with a new arm. Nice. I always like new stuff. When things come with new stuff. Doorman! Well, they made a part for a door, man. Okay. Oh! Passenger driver. I guess. It'd have to be. Because they use the same part for both. I bet one faces that way, the other one faces that way. It just mounts the other direction. Nice! Okay. Well, according to the thing, it says remove door panel, remove lock actuator. Okay. I want to say I looked it up last week and it was like 0.6, which is literally the time it takes to R&R door panel. So, let us find out. Let me go. Gotta figure out how to do the lid door panel. Colin, how's it going? Been a few days. One day I wasn't feeling good, another day it was just 3D printing and staring off into nothingness. Another day I had stuff to do. So it's been a few days. I think I want to look up the procedure for the door panel real quick. And, you know, I don't know if you were here a few minutes ago when I was talking about, I am beginning to feel, once again, the reason why I stopped working on cars for a living as a job in the first place. And the primary brunt of that is that my left shoulder, the joint, feels like someone's driven a number of railroad spikes through it. And that has to do with, you know, getting down on the ground, getting back up again, getting down, getting back up, and you push yourself up or whatever. And then, I don't know, I think part of it's stress, too, because when you're stressed, you don't heal as well. So, you know. And I ordered some tea last night, so I can tell you, I will be better as soon as they arrive. Also, I don't know, were you here? Have you been here since I received my cards with the logo on back? Not much of a logo, but it runs. It's a card, it doesn't. It does run. Aha! But yeah, I got me some cards. I've been handing them out. It was like $80 for 250 of them, which last time I bought them was like 40. It was like 38 or 41 for 100. I think I ordered them on heavier cardstock though, which would explain the extra cost. But I got the Facebook and the YouTube on there at the bottom, along with what has now become my business phone number, as it were. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember, you know, who's been what, where, when, why, how. Anyway, I need to look this thing up. Distract me. I want a chair. I want a chair. to get a shop chair. This is not a good chair to have out here. It's one of my roommate's camping chairs. My tailgating chair? I don't know. I guess it depends on how you use it, right? At the end of the day, you call it whatever you use it for. It's a camping chair. It's a pretty nice camping chair. It's a white one for fat people. Those standard, like, whatever, $20 ones, they suck. I barely fit in them. I'm like, how the hell are you expect an American to fit in this? I'm not American-sized, I'm bite-sized. Okay, so we need to find door panel. Oh, look at that, interior molding and trim. Door panel? Door panel. Trim. Door sill trim panel. No. Not trim panel, it's a door panel. Okay, doors, hood, and trunk is a whole other thing. Doors. Sliding door. Panel. 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 Here, trim panel. Maybe? Not trim panel. Oh, yeah. Okay. Remove upper frame molding. Remove one screw. Push-in fasteners. But that just means door panel clips. That's just the door panel. Alright. Be nice if it was a simple matter to just pull the door off of the body, set it on the bench, and do all the work on the bench. But I imagine pulling the door is more than the 0.6 that the book calls for to replace the lock actuator. So, let's go into the car. I don't know how I want to do this, actually. How do I want to do this? Bruh. What are you doing? Things are all twisted up. And I'd like to take a minute. You just sit right there. I don't live anywhere near Bel Air. I think what I'm going to do is what I normally do. I'm going to roll the window down on the driver's side front door and run the cables for the camera and the mic in through there. Oh, twisted cables. Hello? Thank y'all. It was locked. I always forget that because the driver rear door doesn't lock or unlock. So you roll this window down. Probably want to turn the key off so we don't kill the battery. I'm gonna need a Phillippe screwdriver. Oh, I'm just gonna run the cables in here. I'm gonna set you guys on the seat, so you'll be staring at the seat for a minute. I've got to grab a tool, run around. Well, not run around. Ain't no way I can get in from the other side. But, yeah. I just had a thought. Give me a second again. I gotta go grab a thing. show you the thing I grabbed here in a second. Now, I am not a fan of having to do it this way, where you climb inside the vehicle. I don't even know where the hell I'm going to set the camera. Close the door. And where you climb inside the vehicle, you have to pull the panel off. I like being able to open the door. Okay, so microphone, you're all twisted up. Microphone, would you? Ha ha! Microphone sits right there. Easy peasy. Right, now comes the fun part. I don't know where the hell this stick. Camera? Camera. Hey, bull. Hey, bull. Camera. No. It's not that easy. There's no way. Alright, we need to move. Oh, electric seat. We need to move electric seat forward. Not reverse. Okay. That's not what I want. I want that. There we go. Give me some room. We've got to pull the little handcuff off the door. Clickety clack. Down the frickin' track. Yeehaw. Also, I can't see chat right now because the laptop is over there. So, you can fill up chat. I don't care or mind or whatever their words may be. I will see it when I get back there. Of course, I might not know what the things in chat are in response to, because there's little to no chance that I will remember what I've said by the time I get back over there. Come on. Come on. Oh. Nice. Just break. Yes. I think someone's been in here before. Huh. See, these are the kind of clips you should use. I don't know why they didn't use these on the freaking door panel in the front. They're better clips. They're simply a better design. Okay. Okay. So what I grabbed was body panel removal tools, which I don't know that we'll even be able to use. Simply because I don't know if there's, like, this comes off and there's a clip behind it, or what. Because there's a lip and you can't really get the tool in there. Now, it would be easy if they hung the door on here in such a way that you could just, you undo two bolts on the bottom, you pull the door on the bottom out and away, and then you lift up and you pull the whole door off. That would be nice. Yeah, this van's got everything in it. Even the kitchen sink. Which, if I weren't lazy, I'd show you. But sucks for you guys, I'm lazy. So I think what I'm going to do, you're going to try to open this. and pop the clips with our tools here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that one's a bit damaged. It's got some chunky chunkies on it. You don't want chunky chunkies. No chunky chunkies. Okay. Come on. Oh, there's a freaking lip. Really, Chrysler? Or seriously? There's a lip on the metal of the door that you can't get the freaking tool around easily. There's one. There's two. I can't tell you, the tool does make this easier. There's three. Instead of hurting your hands to try to do this job, there's going to be one over here, which I don't even know if I can get to with the tool. Okay, well, let's... Cable. Don't play with my hair. You know my girlfriend. Oy. I think you do have to have the door partially open at least. I don't know how you're supposed to get these bottom clips off, though, like the easy way, other than just pulling on it with your hands, like that. These feel like the same crappy clips they stuck in the front door panel. They're harder to pop than they should be. I'm going to try to get outside and go from the back of the door. See if we can't pop them like that. Maybe. Hey, Mr. Norton, come here. This one's going to be a pain. Yeah, it's a pain. Come on. Thank you. On the ground is where I wanted you. That didn't sound right. How much you want to bet that one just broke? Pulled out of the door panel. It didn't thunk the same way the rest of them did. And this one, there we go. Do that. Pull door pedal. Hello? Is there still one more? It appears to be that there is one more. Hey! Alright! Ho ho! Hee hee! That one break? Man, these are stupid door clips. Woo! You guys want to see stupid door clips? You know what stupid door clips look like? Come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Okay, so first step to designing or building or making a stupid door clip. Step 1. Put hard plastic grommets in oversized holes in your door instead of just cutting the door holes the correct size or stamping the door holes the correct size. Step 2. What the hell is that? Why would you put a stupid bracket there? Just make the metal like... Christ. Jabus. Step 2, really. Step 2. Design your door clips like this. So that they just go in and they're hard plastic. So the chances of them breaking on one removal are exponentially higher than if you made this style of clip that has little expandy bits. So you push it past the expandy bit, and when you need to pull it out, it just compresses and comes out. Those are the steps to designing one of the world's dumbest door retainment mechanisms. So dumb. So dumb, so dumb, so dumb. Dum 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 dum. Ooh. There we go. Okay, now, cable, get out the way, please, thank you. Out the way, please, thank you. That said, pull back the panel. Close that guy. Yeah, I think someone's been in here before. Most of this is pulled free, honestly. That or the adhesive they used just wasn't really good in the first place. Oy. I mean, this adhesive seems okay. I should probably... Oy. Is it supposed to be that? I think it's supposed to be that. Which means I need to bring the heat gun out here to pull this panel off without damaging it. I don't know, we're going to find out. It's coming. You just gotta work it. Just be gentle, go slow, and just push it. Such a great song. One of the greatest songs of the 90s. Such a great song. Okay, how do you come out? Are you just kind of like pushed in there? Yes, yes you are. Little piece of sound dampener. Right. There's a lock actuator. One screw? No. Okay, well, let us. It helps if you unlock the door. Go grab my bit set real quick. Stand, legs work, legs work, legs work, legs work. There we go. Okay. What do you mean name? As in, you have named the vehicle and given it a human name of sorts? Or a pet name, I guess? Is that what you're talking about? Because if that's what we're talking about, I'd go with Dennis Quaid. If you build it, they will come. Or else, you could call it Rat Patrol. Because, you know, rodents. You watch too much Archer. Isn't that what Krieger called one of his vans? Like season 6, 7, 6, 4. Couldn't have been 6 or 7 because that's Krieger is a parrot and all kinds of other weird coma nonsense. Okay. Lettuce, tomato. Yeah, guys, let's put this screw behind the hole, but not line it up with the hole! Jesus. That'd be a Jesus H. Chrysler. You're not the only one who can be funny! Oh. Oi. Okay, so how do we take this guy out? I think we want to disconnect the rod from over here real quick. It's hurting my fingers. Little piece of plastic. Oh, come on. Come on. Ah, thank you. Okay, disconnect the rod. Like, if this is how you're locking and unlocking it, well, I guess it does have to go on there. Okay, now what I should do before I do this is I should okay thing I need you to please come off here. There we go. Haha. We will glue that guy back on better than ever before. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Also, funnily enough, of course, I'm going to say it, and then no crazy coughing this morning. I like there's no funny bubble in my throat. Yeah, no crazy bubble in my throat. I just gave it a test fire. Just a little, a tiny one. All right, now you're gonna grab the key. Do I want the wiring diagram? Probably want the wiring diagram. Lenovo. I'm gonna go grab the Lenovo. I will be right back. If you find a rust hole in the van, could you call it Van Holen? Don't hit me. I'll hit me! Kinda on one today. I'm kinda, sorta on one today. Now, let's see what Le Batterie charge is. Has it been in standby this whole time, or is it powered down? I think it's powered down, which would be good. It does appear that it was powered down. Sweet! Yeah, if it had a number pad, I would actually, love this laptop. It's small, it's lightweight, it's very useful and handy for things like this, where you just need to run outside, look at a thing, etc., etc. Stick it in the car, do some tuning. It's lightweight, doesn't go anywhere, doesn't flop around the cabin. Can I say 06 38 repair and diagnostics? What I need to do is I need to find wiring diagram for the rear doors, electrical, mirrors, power locks, probably that. Front doors. Apparently Chrysler called their remote entry system Scream. Okay. Sliding door module. Where's the locks? Left sliding door sensing switch. sliding door motor. Where's the locks? It's literally showing me everything but the sliding door locks. Where's the locks? Lock motor, thank you. Jeez. You know, I had to say something. Okay, so how does this work? Oh, okay. So, the hell is TN? DB? What? The hell are these color designators? Dark blue, light blue, TN. What the heck is TN? Okay, well, we're gonna move. We're gonna move. Oh, I wasn't gonna put them there, and then I spun all the way around 360 degrees, and I put them there anyway. Okay. Because what I want to do is make sure the power is getting to the door lock actuator. I don't want to set that on the laptop. That would be a not great thing to do. I need to close the door. Hey, there we go. I can close the door. Okay. Alright, so we've got black, white, orange, blue, oh, black, gray, apparently. Why would you put gray as a wire color? How do you distinguish it after 10 years from white? What's wrong with you people? Anyway, let's bring the camera. Alright, so we've got black, gray, apparently. I'm going to take this arm off real quick. And we will face it that way, so we know that is the way that it sits in the body. You know what I do want to try? Real quick. We do that. And we oh, yeah, it's getting power. It's moving internally. But it's not actuating the lock. Okay. That was an easy test. I didn't have to check the power. Okay, here's the old guy. I'm actually going to take him apart when we get inside. I want to see what's inside the box. Is this OEM? Oh, I do not know. Okay. Oh, we need to change the thing. Where's my screwdriver? Monsieur Screwdriver. Actually, I don't think the number 2 screwdriver will work anyway. So let me place the laptop up there. And we will grab ein number 1 driver bit. Just like that. Gelada. Yeah, there's no way a number 2 would have fit in here. Not a chance. Pull the screw out. Oh, I see. Okay. Nice. Thank you, door panel. That's exactly what I wanted you to do. Just fall. Like, you know, not be where I put you. So, what we're going to do next is we're going to plug this guy in and see if he actually works. We've got to put the screw back in the housing. Okay. And then we... I guess that clicked. Hey! 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 Alright. What happens if we do this? That still doesn't work. Yeah, I had to say something, didn't I? Had to say something. And then now, it is back. Okay, I need to grab spackle. Whoa. Really? Is that not unlocked? That latch doesn't feel right when you lock and or unlock it. But it could just be that they're relying on the lock actuator holding the lock in place on the latch body. Which, if that's the case, yet again, Chrysler, thank you for being completely terrible at your jobs. Not understanding what you're supposed to be doing, not understanding the task at hand, and just being generally useless. So we'll close that. I've got you. Okay, that goes in there. That goes. What did I say? It goes there. Goes there. Okay, I'm going to close the door and make sure that we can lock and unlock it. So, that is unlocked. We flick that the other way. That is locked. Okay, so we are on the Hoosier once it's there. I now want to make sure it moves when you push the button, which it does. That is good. I then desire to place the rod back into where it's supposed to go. Which, yes, I could have put it on outside the thing, but I want to kind of do this in stages. Might have to pull it back out anyway. Well, you're not like... Oh. Like, why don't you let go? Alright. There we go. Now we're going to... Key. Push a button. Make sure it does the thing. Come on. Come on. Watch that. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Shut up. You don't know me. Get off me. Okay, so that's good. We are not going to put the panel or the inner dust shield back on quite yet. Burp. Because I need to figure out why the heck the door does not open. This actually isn't all that uncomfortable. Of course, door panel's in the way, making my ankle uncomfortable. Uncom. There we go. That is better. Key will go. Right there. Actually. Okay, so both the doors are doing the same thing now, where they unlock, but they will not move. Gotta figure out exactly why that is. Okay, so the motors work. And there's 3 switches that all go to the same control module pin, which is black. Oh, tan! TN, tan! Ugh, why would you use... Whatever. Hey guys, let's make the wires the color of dirt. These engineers. That's how they talk. That's just their natural state. I'm not making fun of them if that's just, you know, I am... Flattery is the... What is that? Flattery is the most sincere form... Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. There you go. Had it backwards. Okay, so... What if I hit the button? Nothing from the button. Okay. There's a full open switch. I imagine that guy that I took off the other day to inspect a little bit. Where's the control module? There's the control module. Let's go to the driver control module. There we go. This guy right here, probably. Ground driver side identifier. What? The motor has a Hall effect sensor in it. Interesting. I guess to measure if it's moving or not. Okay. Tell you what I can do real quick though. I can go to my stream. My stream. Hey! There we go. My stream. Hey! No limes! There we go. I'm not Heist. No limes. Wait, you watch Heist too? Have I seen you in there before? I don't know. I'll blink since then, man. Okay, so... Remember. What? Watch this. Watch this. What's your name? I'll blink since then. Literally, that's something I've said for the last, 15 years. People are like, yeah, you don't remember that? Well, I've blinked since then. And it's dumb, because, I can remember pulling every single bolt on the 2.2 liter 4-cylinder in my 96 S10 when I was disassembling the engine. Can't remember people's names. I don't remember. So, situations that I remember in very great detail. I can remember, like, if I remember the situation, it's not photographic, it's not eidetic, it's somewhere related to those, but it's not. So your average human person, your memory works by reference points, because if you actually tried to shove every single sensory input as live data into a file and into a bin, like people with eidetic memories, they're usually missing some other part of what makes you just a person, a normal, your standard model human. They're missing something because the brain has overwritten that, or it never had it it never built the region in the first place. But people with actual life-spanning eidetic memories have chunks of brain areas, chunks of regions in their brains that have been dedicated to memory storage, as opposed to whatever that region was supposed to handle in the first place. And it's funny because, so the cool thing about an eidetic memory is that you don't actually need to store every nanosecond as raw data, right? Because the same reason a regular, everyday, standard model human brain doesn't remember things perfectly. That's a new vehicle. I haven't seen that one before. Not a new vehicle, just a new, person. We normally only get, the people that live on this road driving up and down this road. Anyway, the way the brain stores information in a standard model human is by reference points, right? It's the same way people give directions when they're trying to give directions to go somewhere, or how they remember to give directions if someone asks them for directions, or how they remember to get there when they're driving themselves. You have reference points, right? So it's I remember that there is this funny rock on the corner of this road, and then there's a building that I thought was interesting with yellow brick instead of red brick, and you turn right there, or you go some distance past that, or that is my indicator to pay attention to. Everything is landmarks and reference points, even inside of the brain. Like, whenever you have a neural path that needs accessing, that's how your brain kind of accesses information, is sort of by landmark. It's like, okay, I need to go here, and then turn left at this one, and then turn down at this one, and then over here, and then it's really funny, and you can kind of see that when people think of things, when they process information. Your standard human model, they process information, you get if they say it out loud, you see kind of the process by which the brain puts the information together, how it slots things together to fit like a puzzle, and you can see that. And you can see, oh yeah, there's I learned this thing once, and I experienced this thing once, and it's a tree of landmarks. How the human brain works. Mine usually does that. For the most part, that's how my memory works. There are some things, though, that when they go in, it is like a live recording of just raw data. And those memories that I can recall with that kind of clarity. They don't even have to be core memories. I don't know what the hell goes in here and sticks, man. It's in there or it's not in there. And if it is in there, it's in there. It ain't going nowhere. I can remember being 3 years old, wearing a red sweatshirt, and I believe, I don't know that I paid attention to my pants. They were probably blue. But I remember wearing a red sweatshirt in Pennsylvania at my father's mother's house. I remember at one point they painted the stairs a bright red. There's a railroad track outside on one side or the other of the river. I remember hearing the train whistle, looking out the window, seeing the train rolling down the track. I remember when I got bored with that, I turned around and the men of the family were all sitting in the living room. NASCAR was on TV for whatever freaking reason. They were all just kind of chatting, and then I walked out of the living room, turned right, and you walk down I wouldn't call it a hallway. That was living room opening, stairs, like Victorian stairs, like stairs, more a ladder than stairs, and then you walk through this like kind of an entryway, like a foyer kind of area, and then straight through there was the kitchen, and all the lady folk were in there doing the stuff that they were doing in there, and they were chatting, doing I don't remember what they were talking about because I walked in there, it wasn't interesting, and I walked away. I went back in the living room. But yeah, like I remember details that you shouldn't remember from things from far long ago that your memory should not be valid anymore. Like it should have been overwritten with actual important things. Maybe that's why I'm so dumb. I could be a lot smarter if I had like a memory that worked correctly. Probably. Is that how that works? That's how that works. Also, I'm looking at this. Why the hell do these cables come up this high? I'm just kind of like, I don't know, sitting here, back against the front seat, and I'm just kind of like, I don't know, moderately comfortable. What I need to do is I need to look at, so we have this guy, which should be that guy right there. And these switches are just switches. So, does that not go to ground? This should go to ground. S. What is S348? Okay, so I guess we can check the white-red wire. White-red is battery power. Need somewhere to put the laptop that's close by. I don't know, man. I guess I'll leave it on my lap and just try to kind of work around it. I think my butt's going numb. I'm sitting on my butt and I'm fat. Fat butt. Okay. These got tangled when I picked them up because I picked them up wrong. That's okay. Unclippy those boys, and then we just jiggle. Christmas light philosophy, right? Jiggle. And then we move him over there, like that. That's fine. And then we pick these up, and we jiggle. Jiggle. And then we plug him in there. Alright, we're looking for Yeah, 12 volts. Okay. It says battery. It claims to be battery connection. So we're just looking, right now I'm just going to look for power. I'm going to see, verify, which the door locks work on both sides. The door locks are controlled by the body control module. Or, I guess, power door control module? Not the body control module, the power door control module is what it would be. This guy. Pretty sure the door locks are actuated by him. So, we will see if we can't find out. Okay, so. Where does it come into? Left sliding door control module, white, red. This guy. Sweet. Okay, yeah, he's got to move. You've got to move. Oh. Move the door panel. Stick him over there. Oi! Oi, my foot, my foot, my foot. My foot's asleep. Or going to sleep. Or about to be asleep. Okay, so this should just be battery power. We're gonna get these all tangled up again. Just sitting here not doing anything. Okay. So, step one, verify we have power. Step one, find a ground. I would hope this would be ground. Oh, come on. Okay, we're going to pull the connector out. I'm sure one of these is ground. That guy. Yep, got power. Okay. As expected. Because if we hit the thing now... Oh! He doesn't control the locks. Okay. 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 So now that we know the control module is powered, it's not going to be the B-pillar switch. It's going to be this guy here behind me, because both the doors are doing the same thing. So what is, I guess, what is something that is the same between both, right? Remote start? No remote start. The rear hatch works. Rear hatch works. Loud motor. Okay, so that works. So it's weird that both the sliding doors don't work. It does have the sliding door stuff installed. It's got the motor and everything there. So it's not that it's just someone got the wrong key or something, which I've wondered about. Let's go to the top of the schematic. So door lock switch, that works. Body control module to door ajar switch. We should see if when we turn the key on and we open the door, if the dash tells us the door is ajar. Because if it does, then obviously it's lying to us. Because the door, obviously, is not ajar. Duh. Okay, so turn the key on. No, I don't actually see side door ajar indicators on the dashboard. Interesting. Okay. There is a door ajar indicator, but it looks like just the front door indicator, not a rear door indicator. So that reads as open. How about this guy? Oh. Okay. Also, the alarm is going off, which is weird because it's not activating the horn. Maybe it's not going off. If it was the alarm, it should go for 60 seconds. It's a Chrysler. That's what Chryslers do. Okay, so the door is ajar. Oh, that's just like an indicator that that door... What? That's weird. Okay. They might be two completely different issues. And because everything has to work together simultaneously to make the doors open and close powered, there's like 7 or 8 switches in the door to tell it when it's open, when it's closed, if the latch is open, if the latch is closed, if it's locked or unlocked, all of this stuff, right? There's all of this stuff in these doors. So if any one of those things fails on this door, the power system doesn't work because it doesn't want to be crushing people or opening the door while you're driving down a road or all kinds of bad things that can happen if this door does the wrong thing when you really don't want it to be doing that thing. So, they could both be just completely different problems. That is entirely possible. And they simply seem the same because that is the failure mode, or that is the symptom you get from any failure mode. I'm untangling cords right now, by the way. So, okay. So this door now locks and unlocks with power. That's good. You don't have to manually lock and unlock it. I don't know where I want to set the camera. Can I set you like right here for a second? Just for a second. Hey, kind of like that. Okay. I'm sitting in here like all squished because it is the inside of a car. It is not a house or a bedroom or somewhere nice where I would like to be sitting. You stupid thing. Does the stream lock up for you guys too? Like every few minutes or so? Does it just like lock and get stuck in buffering until you hit the live button, or you refresh the page, or you pause and unpause it or something? Because it does that to me constantly. Trying to like monitor my own stream from the consumer end. So I am gonna... Okay. It's probably just me for some reason, I don't know. Maybe because OBS is running. Actually, it probably has something to do with YouTube and Firefox. Apparently YouTube's been suspected of artificially something Firefox slowing it down. So I imagine you're probably using Chrome, which is a Google product, which is people that own YouTube. So We're going to tie the lock actuator down completely. Just install it fully, put the screw back in it so it can't go nowhere. And then we need to figure out the chain of events that occurs. It's a strange noise. Quite loud, high frequency sound. I could probably bring you guys back over onto the car seat here. So you can look at the door. Like that. Right? Take a look at the door. Okay. Howdy, neighbor. I like living in a place where you wave at your neighbors. You drive down the road and you wave at people. Lived in a place like that when I was in high school. Town of 460 during the day and 270 at night or something like that. Okay, so we need to go take a look at the chain of events. So what I need to do is I need to open another tab. Repair and diagnosis. We need to look at the body and frame, doors, sliding door, power sliding door, description and operation. Is it flex drive? Yeah. Power sliding door, flex drive. So, flex drive. Oh, it flexes! Okay, now scroll in. Oh, that's just talking about... Oh, it's not that guy anyway, it's the big boy down there. Oh. But I don't need that, I actually need the sliding door testing and inspection. Power sliding door not operative. Hey, they've got the book had a troubleshooting table. Sweet! Connect Chrysler's proprietary computer system and check and see if it does a thing. You know, I wonder. My computer, my scanner, mayhaps, could actually perform these functions. Because it was loaded with OEM functionality, or mostly OEM functionality. Up to, I don't know if it's up to or up to and including year model 2014. This is a 2006. Let's go grab the scanner real quick. Oh. Piece of advice: never get old. Okay. Scanneroo. I wonder. What I need is a longer cable for this thing, actually. That's what I need. Well, I say need. I would greatly desire and enjoy owning a longer cable for this thing. Because I want to do things from perhaps the other side of the vehicle. Okay. So that like that. That in there. Kind of jam that in there like that. We need to turn on the key. key is on. Now we need this key so that we can clickety-clack, because it is a resistive touchscreen, which honestly kind of sucks. Resistive touchscreens suck. I want to climb inside. USA! USA! If a Frenchman fell in love with the US, which I'm sure has happened before sometime in the past. Come on. Chrysler. Gotta do OEM specific. Start a new session. Everything except those guys. Yes, it's on. 2006, you're not going to be able to automatically read it. You're pretending like you can. I should, instead, actually, bring it around the other side of the seat. Perhaps that would be easier. Because then, I can put it up here by my head. Well, let's see if I can't turn the camera. Show you guys how we're doing this. Caravan, Town and Country. Kind of dingly-dangly over the edge there. Well, it ain't gonna dingly-dangly. Control unit. Body. Airbag. Power lift gate. Doors. 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 Oh, not communicating with control unit. Okay, let's see if there's another one. Passive entry module, perhaps? Let's try it. Doesn't exist. Okay. Meh. Or scream. Nope, can't talk to it. Can't talk to that. Body control module. What the hell are you doing? It's like pressing its own damn buttons. Quit. Got a ghost in here. Nope. Can't contact anything. Chassis. Train. Can we contact the engine? Make sure the CAN bus is working. It might be because it needs a control activation code that it's not sending to the module, so the module's refusing communication. That is possible. Seems like a Daimler Chrysler thing to do. Yeah? Talks to the ECU. Okay. Well, we're not doing it that way. Oh, sad face. Worth a shot, right? Figured it was worth a shot. I didn't think it was gonna work. Like, at all. But, you know, like I said, worth a shot. There's never any harm in asking the question. Okay, so back to my Lippity laptop. At some point I'm going to have to bring a cable out here if this takes too long. Okay, check for wiring. Yeah, this is just use the computer. Okay. Door will not open manually, no. Door will not open manually, no. This one doesn't have a condition. Manually. Sliding door will not open or close under power. There we go. The door is not binding. It says reset the module. Guess we could try that. Just says pull the battery. We can try that. That's an easy thing. Troubleshoot using body diagnostic manual. Well, yeah, the latch doesn't work. Okay. Sneasels! If they're both not working, though. What? A bunch of these have this no condition in the first box. But one of the possible causes, well, one of them's blank, but the next one says inoperative fuel filler door lockout mechanism. Okay. Why is that in sliding door diagnostics? The fuel fill door doesn't work. That's funny. Okay. EFOB, B-pillar, or overhead console does not operate power sliding door. Blown fuse. Possibly, but we have power to the module, so I highly doubt that's the case. Battery voltage low. Nope, the engine starts just fine, so I doubt that's the case. I did see yesterday on my test drive, I did see flickeries on the dash again. So we're going to have to check that out. It seems to be when it gets hot. So we're going to have to check that out with this guy that I actually know how to use now. Because I'm stupid and I didn't read the manual. Shut up. Yeah, see? Desync. Again. Okay. Also, it's not been notifying me of Heiss's streams. These dirty company tactics trying to force their products on people. But, you know. Alright, so the first thing... Oh, noises. Okay, so the first thing we're going to try is just disconnecting the battery and resetting the modules. So, keys in the ignition. We're going to set this aside. I'm going to go do that real quick. I'm going to leave you guys in here. You can watch the door and see if it does a thing when I reconnect le batterie. Close the door. and we just sit for a minute. No, key was not on. Okay. Turn the key on, do things, hit buttons, turn switches. Helps to drain any kind of remaining power from the system. What you want to do is you want to drain the caps in the power stabilization circuit on the power inputs of the various modules. There's no diodes on the inputs of these things. It's just power goes into the PCB and you get just stabilization caps, just large storage, which large here being relative, of course. You get large storage elements in the form of capacitors, usually somewhere around a couple hundred microfarads. Some 100 microfarads to, I've seen up to a millifarad or so, which is a lot of stabilization. But again, there's no like diodes or anything on the inputs of most of this stuff. So you get in there and you interact with anything that takes power. Horn, lights, turn the key on, whatever. Open a door so the interior light wants to turn on because you've closed the switch. And that will drain whatever energy is in the capacitors stored in various elements, body control modules, ECUs, etc., etc. And then you just wait a minute, let things clear. Because sometimes ICs have onboard capacitors, and when they're in standby, they take nanoamps, picoamps, to maintain volatile memory. Volatile meaning, of course, it requires power to remain active or alive, or whatever settings you have. So drain your caps for your power inputs on your various bits and bobs, and then wait a few minutes for any volatile memory to run out of power storage, because again, sometimes they're on board the ICs. It's not typical that you see that, but it has occurred historically. So you, without knowing the exact parts that they use to build these things, just off the top of your head, you have no possible way of knowing, no prior knowledge, no way of determining whether or not any of the ICs, like in this 2006 Grand Caravan Town & Country Voyager, whichever version you ended up buying, you never know what's inside of it unless you've actually designed it yourself or taken it apart in the past. I have done neither. Oy. The only Dixie I know comes in cup form. Dixie cups, you know. The answer to that question is no. At least not that I know of. I mean, there's always a possibility that I've met somebody and just simply forgotten who they were. That's always a possibility. I literally said, that's always a possibility. I said the word possibility at the same time that you guys were getting the first possibility. So like I was watching the screen on the laptop, and as I said the word possibility, I saw my face saying possibility. Timing. Ha 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 I'm not saying that. This is YouTube. I do think we need to come up with, well, not come up with. I do think that I need to go find a platform where being simply an adult human person is not illegal. You know what I mean? Because, like, Google has just... YouTube used to be a place where you'd go and you'd find a video of anything. There was a time where YouTube, prior to the acquisition of the platform by Google, okay, when YouTube was new and fresh, and it was just some people who had made a server to store videos. That's all it was. The things you could find on YouTube... Imagine 4chan, but for videos. That's what YouTube was in the early days. We need those days back. Granted, there's... At some point, you start running into issues, right? Where it's like, watch me eat human flesh on a stream. Like, okay, guy. I'm gonna go walk that way now. You have fun with that. But so yeah, that's part of the most of the reason why Google has the rules and ideas and thoughts that they have. Another part of the reason is they're a California-based company. They're a California-based company. Silicon Valley, and you know, everyone knows just how completely removed from reality the people that live in that region are. Like, I don't know what it is about it's not just, where is that, San Diego? South of San Diego? I don't remember where Silicon Valley is geographically, actually. North of LA, pretty sure. But Silicon Valley, Beverly Hills, Hollywood, Burbank. Wasn't there another B? There's another B. There's a few places in California that it's not just California though. It's New York, Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore. There's this weird effect that you get with our species, and I don't think anybody as yet has entirely, not necessarily recognized, but acknowledged the fact that currently, in our current stage of existence as a species, when you get large population densities, or high population densities, individuals have the ability to specialize, right? And specializing is great. That means you can do more interesting things on smaller scales. So you can do a cooler thing with just this one little thing instead of trying to focus on feeding yourself and milking the cows and sowing the fields and etc., etc. The problem with specialization is that you lose track of that generalized kind of mindset, thinking that other people do other things besides this thing that I do. You end up getting severe tunnel vision, and people in high population density centers, inner cities, it doesn't matter if you're higher income or lower income. If you specialize and you do not have, as most members of our greater than 90% of our species does not possess the cognizance to be able to understand or comprehend that other people are not them. That other people don't live or enjoy the same things that they do. There has been a very large kind of social movement in the U.S., I don't know about other places, but in the U.S., to kind of address that issue, where it's like, hey, not everybody is you, man. Not everybody is me. Not everybody is the same person. So, there's been some addressing of the issue, but most people don't understand. I'll address that in just a second. But most people don't seem to understand just your average off-the-shelf human model. I don't know if it's a matter of cannot comprehend or simple ignorance. Is the question one of stupidity, the inability to process, or ignorance, the lack of knowledge, right? Because they are two distinct things. One can lead to the other, but it's a one-way street. You can either make a stupid decision, the inability to process, because you have a lack of knowledge. But you can't have the knowledge and fail to process correctly because of a lack of knowledge. You know what I mean? It only works the one direction. And going to the comments or chat, I guess, not comments. Going to chat where family friendly, blah 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 blah. That's not what YouTube was supposed to be. YouTube was supposed to be the free exchange of information using video format. It was we want to show people stuff, regardless of what it is. And this whole thing, right, where that's a whole other thing. This whole thing where people have it in their heads that the government needs to put measures in place to protect my children. The school needs to put measures in place to protect my children. Google needs to put measures in place to protect my children. They're your children. You protect them. Nobody else. It's the same exact message that nobody's coming. It's up to us. The only person who is ever going to protect you and your body is yourself. The only person who's going to protect your kids and their bodies and their brains and the way that they're raised is the parents. That is it. Reliance on any other method or any other mechanism shows and proves 100% that our species is kind of doomed. If it continues, you cannot, that goes back to if I had children, and if I were a parent, and I had a child, and I figured I need to educate my child, right? So I'm going to send him to a place where he can be educated. If I'm expecting other humans to educate my child, I cannot expect a specific set of information to be educated into my child. Okay? Education and knowledge is all information. If you remove one piece of information, if you are in schools and you're teaching evolution but not superstition, not religion and creationism, right? Or if you're only teaching religion and creationism but not teaching the theory of evolution, you've failed at teaching. Teaching is in the form of all information. That is what teaching is. If you're not teaching all information, you're not teaching. You're brainwashing. You're controlling. There's a very distinct line there. If you ban a book, you're not teaching. you're controlling. If you do not agree with information and you're not giving that to people because you don't agree with it, that's not teaching, that's control. And it is not right, and it is not good, and it is not acceptable. Information should be available, information should be given freely, and information should be taught to comprehend. You should be given the information required to be able to process and comprehend the information that you're being given. Anything less is mind control, is brainwashing, is thought control, and it is unacceptable. Okay? Neighbors have workers over. I didn't know if they was coming to talk to me or not. So, battery's been disconnected for a few minutes. Let's connect it back up. Now that I'm done for the moment sitting on a soapbox. You want to eat? Have to eat, boy. Oh. Okay. Go. Oh. 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 Well. 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 Oh. Okay. It's on the floor now. Now, let's close the door, grab the key, see if the side door works. Negative. All right. So that is not the case. Oh. It's magic. So I had an idea. I don't know if I should or should not. I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it's funny. Yes, YouTube, I want to see myself in 3-pixel format. Absolutely. Great idea. Thank you. So, I have a thing. I have this little clay hippo with some, like, leaves and or flower petals kind of etched into the side of it that I got. It's just a little nifty little tchotchke. I have this idea. Maybe start hiding it in videos. Not crazy hiding it, but you know, like an Easter egg. Start having it hidden in videos and have it as a thing. People go into the comments and be like, hey, we saw the hippo, it's right here. What do you think? Think that'd be a good idea? So now I need to figure out, okay, so it wasn't that. So probably what we need to do then is go back to the switches. Okay, so door lock switch. What? Oh, that's the never mind. Stupid. Wrong door lock switch. I was thinking door lock position switch, not the switch on the door to lock or unlock the door. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so the left door does not show that it is open when it is opened. Let's start there. Alright, so we need rear door ajar switch. That's what we need. Rear door ajar switch. Rear door ajar switch. Door latch sensing switch? This guy? Yeah. Door ajar sense switch. They can't drag and highlight. That goes to the body control module. Tan orange. Yeah. Oh, left sliding door wake up signal. Ooh. So there's an enable signal to the controller. If they're both not working. Wonder if the body control module is just bad. But why would other things work and not the sliding doors? That would be weird. That would be strange and dibbly. Okay, so and yes, I'm doing this very, very slowly. If we're working in a shop, I'd be moving a lot faster. But that's why I'm not working in a shop. Okay, so close our door. And we are looking for, I need to run an extension cord out here. We are looking for, what is this? Tan orange. Door ajar switch. Door ajar switch. Tan orange. Yeah, so at the... So it looks like it's just going to be a pull down to ground at that switch, tan orange. It's normally going to be sitting high, pulled up by the internals of the computers. And then when you open the door, the switch is going to close and pull it down. Or it's always the ground. No, because that'd be drawing current when the door was closed. You'd rather it be drawing current when the door is open. So when you open the door, the switch goes to ground, draws the line at tan orange to ground. So tan orange should be high right now. Let's see if we can't find tan orange. Oh, so much crap here. Oh. I mean, there's not. Compared to my vehicles, there's barely any crap in here. Okay, so we're going to find tan orange in our tan orange. Which connector does it tell you which connector it goes to? C2 and C1. That doesn't really tell me much. Connector 1 and connector 2. Okay, so it's not this tan orange, it's got to be another tan orange over here. Is there another tan orange? Over here. There is a tan orange over here. Okay. I am going to I need flathead. Give me a little flathead. I'm going to pull this connector out. I can figure out which pin it is. Real quick. Actually, I should be able just to test it with the connector disconnected. And orange. Where are you? Where did I see you? That guy right there. Okay. So, second one along the fully populated edge. There's only one fully populated edge. So this guy, we need resistance to ground. To ground. To ground. Oi. Okay. So it should be that guy. And then when I open this, it should go to ground. It does not go to ground. Okay. And orange on the connector end, yeah. Okay. I mean, it thinks that the door is closed, so it should still try to open the door. If that's the case. Because it doesn't recognize the door is opening when the door is open. That means it should. I don't know where the door open ajar switch is. Let's see if we can't find where the door ajar switch is real quick. Physically. Door latch sensing switch. So it's going to be inside the latch. That guy. Okay. Because there's nothing here, so it's going to be inside the latch. Which is going to be replacing the latch, probably. We can try to find that out. O'ReillyAuto.com. Actually, Rock Auto would probably be easier. Simpler to find les parts. Okay, so... Little 6. Town and country. 3.8. Door ajar. Door jam switch. No, that's just a universal part. Neat. Okay, how about door latch? Door lock switch? That's the one for the door, right? A little clicky clacky. Yeah, okay. Door latch. Front sliding door without power. Left with power. Out of stock. Lovely. Oh yeah, the switches are integrated in there. Oh, that's great. That means fixing that's gonna be kind of a chore. Power longs. No. No, let's hope that's not the problem. left sliding door without power sliding door. So excluding power. Standard latch for this door. No nothing on it other than just the door open switch, right? Or $600. Wowzers! Which means it's probably not that, because you can use kind of that to determine demand. So the higher the cost, generally speaking, the lower the demand. So the possibility that is actually the issue is reduced by that amount. It's never zero, obviously. It could be that. But the likelihood of that is reduced simply because it doesn't seem to be a part that fails all that often. Because if it were, Dorman would have a replacement for it. Somebody would have a replacement for it. And you'd be able to get your hands on it for a decent price if they failed all that often. Because there would be the demand, which means the manufacturing would be set up to handle it, and it would be cheaper to get your hands on. Right? Economics. Standard economics. But it is... Tell you what happens if I put that pin to ground manually via my meter? What the heck do I know? So we need... It is that pin. So come on. I need a better ground. Tell you what I need to do, make this a little bit easier on ourselves. Pull the module off the door. That's what we'll do. So I can measure these connections one at a time. You're going to want to be disconnected, aren't you? Come on. Incredibly poor connector design. There we go. Now we can see things. Huzzah! Alright, and if we put you in... you in there. Okay. And then if we try to do it this way, okay, so yes, that switch is bad because when I use the meter, let's bring you guys over here, take a look at the dash. So I've got him probed into the harness. It's not pulled up on the monitor anymore, but that wire tees off to the line that goes to the switch, to the body control module. So watch the dash when I supply that guy with a ground. Ground, not ground. Ground, not ground. Ground, not ground. The body control module is working. for that. But that means that the cable, get off of me. That means that the switch at the door appears to be non-functional. Because if I open the door, nothing. It should tell me that the door is open. It is not telling me the door is open, which means that latch has gone bad, which we can't find. I haven't done a whole lot of research to try to find it. Suffice it to say, this side's going to need a latch, which appears to be very expensive. The weird thing, though, is that it thinks the door is closed, so it should still try to move the door. So, somewhere in this all data thing, yeah, I'm gonna go grab an extension cord real quick, actually, factually. Oh, be ready back. It's like right here inside the garagey. That's it. Grab an extension cord. Grab an extension cord, stick it in the door. Plug in the laptop so we don't worry anymore. I'm good at this. I know what I'm doing. We're gonna grab... yes, guy. Gonna grab this guy. Plug him in kind of there-ish. And then we just have the power cable there. Okay. So, there was, in the all data stuff, a thing that detailed how the door mechanism functioned. So, let's go see if we can't find that. Description and operation? No. Service and repair? Procedures? No. No. Okay. Description and operation? There it is. Okay, power sliding door is activated through the use of the following: remote keyless entry, overhead console switches, the pillar switches, or the DRB3. Dodge's really bad 3? I don't know. BCM will send the message via PCI bus. Is it PCI bus or is it CAN bus? It should be CAN bus. Tell me they're not using PCI in this. Oh, you guys fell. Sorry about that. I did not notice. Here, let's take you on my head. You're on my head. How's that camera angle looking? Let me hold on. There we go. Point you down. I have no idea what it's looking at. There you go. You can see the monitor, right? The screen right there. It's trying to focus on my hair. Hold on. How about that? How's that? Is that better? There you go. first person view. Of course, I can't move my head or it'll fall off. The sliding door must be in the full open or full closed position to operate. Body control module sends a wake-up message to the sliding door module. The module... Okay, so there's an activation message, which is a, hey, wake up, which is that line. We can check that here in a minute, see if it's doing anything. The module accepts any inputs and vehicle conditions to determine what it shall open, close, or inhibit the power sliding door operation. It can detect an obstacle by reading the Hall effect sensors. When it's opening, any buttons are ignored until the door opens fully. While it's closing, it can be stopped and reopened. If the vehicle is placed in gear during an open cycle, it should stop and close. If the inside or outside handle is activated during a cycle, it'll become a full manual. So how does that work then? How does it detect that? I wonder if that's what's wrong. Which would be the latch. Again. Both the modules are identical parts. The driver door simply has an extra ground that tells it it is the driver door. Easy peasy. Okay. Yeah, there was another thing that told the activation sequence for all of this. I don't remember where that was. Adjustments? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Door's in the right alignment. Doesn't feel incorrect. That's fine. That's fine. Stabilizer. Nope. Don't need none of that. Where the heck did I find that? Them doors? Leave? Sensors and switches? Door... Nope, none in there. Gotta be in here. Power cable. Power cable. I need you plugged in. Power cable. Battery's getting kinda low. What's that? 38%. Yeah, let's give it power. Okay, so ESBs. Nope, not in there. Body control. Nope. Doors. Sliding door. Here's the one that tells you what the pins are. I have a feeling what it is it's the body control module's not sending the signal to turn the sliding doors on. That's what I think. Service precautions. Don't ever blow an airbag up under an office chair like people used to do. Locations? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Service and repair. Features, no. Diagrams, nope. Description operation. Was it in here? Component description? Yep. Software technology has enabled the power sliding door control module to detect resistance to door travel. This allows the power sliding door to stop and reverse direction any time an obstruction is felt or any of the command switches are operated while closing only. So yeah, the child lockout switch is mechanical only, and just disables the internal latch button. That's all it does. You should still be able to open and close it with the fob, regardless. Learns from its cycle. Oh. It learns by doing, so it should do. Okay, so let's go full open. Where's the key? Key is in... There's a button there. Button does nothing. Still. Okay. Oh, no. This says the child lockout switch does affect the power. Okay. Which, I've actuated both of them and nothing's changed. Transmission must be in Parker neutral, which it is. The key is on. Let's try. Let's try neutral. Let's sometimes, because it indicates park on the dash, but a very rare chance, in a very rare case, there are multiple switches inside these multifunction switches on the transmissions. so there's a possibility, however slight and tiny, that perhaps the switch is doing funny business. Nope, not that. Because when it's not in parker neutral, it doesn't even unlock the door. Okay? So it knows it's in parker neutral. Ooh. Thank y'all. I'm always parking cars in the mail lady's way. I feel bad. We ain't got nowhere to park cars. What I need is like 10 acres of dirt. That's what I need. And that's a need, not a want. Okay, so that works. Child lock is unlocked. It doesn't move, so no obstacles can be detected. If trouble codes are stored in the power sliding door control module, it may go into full manual mode. I don't think that's the case, even though I can't access it, because when I reconnected the battery, there shouldn't have been any codes for at least a few seconds until the first time I tried to actuate the doors, and then whatever codes would have popped up. But no codes should have existed until the first time I tried to actuate the doors, and it determined there was an issue. The doors didn't try to actuate at all. So the fuel filler tank has to be closed for the sliding door to work. So that's why that was in there from earlier. The fuel filler door. Fuel door lockout. This should only be on the driver's side though. The passenger side, the passenger side, it shouldn't matter. But it says it's a mechanical linkage. So, let's take a look at that, shall we? The door closed. Fuel door. Next, when the fuel door is open, your little indicator. Doesn't look like it. Close the driver's door. Does it tell me that there's something open? No. Okay. I can hear the thing moving inside the body over here. I really don't think that's the issue though. I think I would put $1 on that it is probably the body control module not sending that signal, the wake up signal, to the door control module. So we're going to plug him back in. Yeah, because it doesn't even try to do anything. But that's not even unlocking the door now. Should that button not unlock the door? I believe it should unlock the door. Let me get the key. Let me start the engine. Yeah, so pushing. Yeah, so that control panel works, obviously, because the doors unlock with it. the rear hatch works. Close the rear hatch. Okay, so I have a sneaking suspicion it is the body control module not sending that wake-up signal. For one reason or another. But the doors do still unlock. I don't know why this button is not unlocking the door though. That's weird. So what I need to find then is I need to go find that page that tells me what pin the body control wire harness. Okay, so I need the wake up signal right there. At this guy is connector 2, violet brown. Right there. There's only one purple wire on there. Alright, let's stick. Ooh, what we're gonna do, see? So we're gonna put this on DC first. And if it weren't heavy and bulky and hard to mount somewhere, I'd mount this guy like up on the door so that you guys could see it too. What I need to do is kind of find like a small lightweight one. Because this does a function that I very much like for specific things, which is the AC test that I've been doing wrong. Shut up. But I like it because the display is large. But it doesn't necessarily need to be this particular device. It could be a smaller one and do the same thing in the automotive sector. So we're gonna stick this guy in here because that is on ground, and then I'm going to verify that that is the case by sticking this in here. Well, no? Okay, that's not doing a thing. I don't think he's connected. I need a ground. Could you give me a ground, please? Please, please, please. Please, please, please. Give me the ground. Okay, well that's not working as a ground. And then a ground. I need better probes is what I need. This guy? No. Because these probes with the pokies are great for PCBs, not great for the automotive world. Well, I guess I... What? It's screaming at me. I don't know why it's screaming at me. Okay, well, how about we do it this way? That works. Alright, now Now, violet brown. If I push the button, I mean, I guess we could just disconnect the module, right? We don't need to back probe it technically, we just need to see. No? No? Okay. No? Nothing. Nothing at all. Wonder if that's just because it's like disconnected and the body control module sees that. Let me turn off the key. I just wanted to charge the battery for a moment. I think we have done that. Now, actually, let's try it like this. Key off. Maybe there's something different about key off. Okay. Button. Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay. Let's try connecting the guy. See if I have a sneaking suspicion that this is the actual problem. Need a better ground. How riveting is this content? Oh, better ground, better ground, better ground, better ground, better ground, better ground, better ground. There really isn't one. There's a seat thing over here. Move. If I can use the seat here as a ground, seat bracket, I mean, the seat bracket as a ground. I don't think I can. I need better freaking probes. I need small, thin probes like these, but non-springy. I don't have non-springy probes. I want to see if the door is an acceptable ground real quick. So, this guy. That probably only works when the key's on, doesn't it? I would wager 50 cents remember. I grabbed the key, right? Grab the key so I could push the buttons. Oh, where? Oh, it's under my fight leg. Okay. So, I mean, this would be easier, I guess, with an O-scope. But I also don't have good probes for the O-scope. I think where we're at right now is I'm going to stop and I'm going to have to go talk to her because this diagnostic, I told her I'd do a cursory check, and if it was going to seem like it was going to take a long time, that I would, we'd talk about it and see what she wanted to do. I did fix the lock, so that's good. That is a very, very good. Because previously the power lock didn't work, and she had to lock it. Just got to put it in there. She had to lock it manually, which is less than ideal, obviously. Screwdriver. I'm gonna mount the driver sliding door module back up to the door. I'm gonna go get the spray adhesive. We're gonna put it back on. Oh, what time is it? It's only noon and a half. Do that. We're going to put this door back together. I will write down stuff. We still need to figure out that freaking vibration. I guess I'm going to lift that. Well, I guess the front end back up. No, I'm going to lift up the one side. I'm going to lift the passenger side. I'm going to move the van over in the driveway. Give myself a little bit better room. Because there's under full throttle, there's a very strange vibration. So, 3M adhesive. That's what we're going to grab. And some cleaner. Clean the dust off the door. Because the door is dirty. We did fix one thing, so that's good. Well, we fixed a number of things. Close the door. All the way. Please and thank you. I don't know what Scott's done, but they've ruined the shop towel line. Cable in my hair, you are really annoying. Okay. We're gonna just, wipe all this down. Make it all clean so the adhesive will stick. Hello. And it's just a nice thing to do. That should be okay. Alright, bag move. So, spray, adhesive, spray, adhesive, spray, adhesive, spray, adhesive, spray, adhesive. spray it on, let it sit for a second. Let it sit for a cosecant. Did you not get any adhesive on you? Uh-oh. It's not sticking. It's not sticking. Come on. I can get just a couple of bits to stick, then I can work my way around. Come on. Probably not warm enough in here. That's probably what the problem is. It's probably a bit tea kettled. There we go. Stuff's starting to stick. Stick is good. Kind of a slow process, for which my shoulder is entirely in the way. My apologies. Can I move you guys up here? Look at the door like that. How about like that? There we go. So, once you get one bit to stick and the thing holds itself up, it starts to work a bit better. Because now I can start gluing these little bits around the edge. Okay, so that there. Yep. And we let it sit for a moment. It's got to set up for like 10 or 15 seconds, 20 seconds, something like that. Especially if you're kind of putting it on thick like I have been. Yeah, it should come over a little bit more. In all honesty, it should be, this little groove should be here. But that's not the way it's laying. Okay, this little corner up here. Spritzy, spritzy, and we wait. Riveting content. So how about them Cowboys, huh? Went around herding up the cattle, putting them on the railroads. Send them off to slaughter. Get some beef. Wild cattle. Where the word comes from, you know. It was a word coined to describe a group of people, generally, well, mostly men, that would ride around the wild, untamed countryside. Generally, I want to say it had to have been after the 1820s. I would imagine it had to be, the word was probably coined sometime in the 1850s. I don't know that for sure. I would have to look it up if anybody actually truly knows in the first place. I think that's as good as it's gonna get, honestly. But yeah, it was. So I imagine it would have become a profession after 1849, because that is 1849 or 1846, the gold rush to Alaska, California, Oregon, you know, all that stuff. Everybody moving out to California. There's gold in them nar hills. After that whole rigmarole, a bunch of cattle had either broken free or people had gotten injured or unalived, and the cattle that they had been taking with them from their homesteads moving west roamed the countryside free. They populated, started probably part of the downfall and the decline of the buffalo, honestly. Had something to do with that, where cattle, very possibly a more hardy animal, I don't know, that I'd have to look up too, but more aggressive, maybe? Abel, I didn't want you to do that. But, you know, cowboys were those guys who went around rounding up the wild cattle at that time, as it were. Okay, we're going to close the door. And, bringing them to not even train yards, just train sightings. Alignment sightings is all it really was. But they'd bring them over there. The train would set down some ramps. They'd walk the cattle up into the train, and they'd take them to abattoirs, make some beef. And of course, I left out a crucial bit. Of course I did. Of course I did. Of course I did. There we go. Luckily, the adhesive is not yet fully dry, so we can peel and stick. Put that little noise damper back in there. There we go. Now we can put the door panel back. You ain't a real mechanic unless you got parts left over when you're done. Which is actually true, right? Because if you're fixing something and you don't have parts left over, what that actually means is you're not replacing parts. At which point the question is begged, what are you actually doing? Okay, there's that one. There it goes. Clippity clickety. Ta-da! Now I need this thing here and the screwdriver. Clickety clack him into place and put the screw in. Put this little cap in, which there was no need to pull out in the first place. Oh, but you never know where somebody has hidden a screw. So that goes in there. That goes in there. Click, click, click. And then, oh, that's smart. Yeah, Chrysler, that's how you do that. Okay. Yep, so that diagnostic is going to take quite some time. So we're not going to do it. We're going to talk to the customer first. But the door does lock and unlock under power now, which is good. That is something that she wanted done. So that is something that we did. I am going to take this guy apart here in a minute. Probably do that in stream. Because reasons. I'm going to go put these back in Le Volkswagen because they belong to Le Volkswagen. Grab this stuff, take it and put it in here on the workbench. Oh, okay. Pow, right in the kisser. Pow, right in the kisser. We're going to shut down the Lenovo because we don't need him anymore for right now. Put him back in the bag. Because he likes the bag. Factually. Grab voltometer. We're just cleaning everything up from in here. Grab all this stuff. Grab the extension cord and scan her. Enter! I barely know her. Oh, need the key. Attach him to ring. So tomorrow, I think I'm going to go... What I'll probably end up doing is tomorrow go to the junkyard, grab the bolt, replace it. then take the van back. So right now I need to pull you guys out of here. Loud noise, loud noise, loud noise, loud noise, loud noise. I think. Loud noise. And we'll take and put you back over on the bench here real quick, where you guys have kind of been hanging out. Like right there. And I need to move the van over just a little bit, so I need to move the shadow. But I need to move the van over a little bit and jack it up and check for that vibration, see where the heck it might be. It might be one of those things where it lives that way until it breaks and we know what's actually wrong. But due diligence, I told her I'd check it out. That's exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to move the bike. That bike. Bike over the bit. We can close the hood. We don't need to unclip or anything. Well, hey. Ugh. There's so much stop leak in there. Disgusting. All right. Then over. I don't know if I can point you guys outside, get you a little bit better view of what's going on. Kind of like that, maybe, perhaps. We're going to leave them running. I'm going to jack it up on the passenger side only and try to jiggle wiggle some things, see if I can find something loose in there. Are these? Yeah, these are recyclable. 7. Can we do 7? Nice. Which, if you're living in Las Vegas and you're putting your recycling out, haha, joke's on you. The city puts it all in the landfill anyway. Put a shock behind the wheel before we get it off the ground. Ideally, you want to chock the opposite side that you're working on. More of a just in case than a hard and fast rule. There'd be that much backlash in there? Hold on. Hold on. That's less. Okay. Okay. No, it's about the same. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Okay. It could be that motor mount. Just looking at it, there is a bit of play in there. But it's not that much. It's not as much as I swear I'm feeling when you drive it. It's a really weird sensation. Kind of hard to explain. See if I can't get a hold of her. Oh, I do want to check something. Oh, yeah, no, you did. Okay, I forgot to. So, radiators in, I did a block check, and I did not get the button elements, which is good. No, get a little water. So I don't think the head gasket's blown. I think it was just radiator leaked, and then weird symptoms and side effects. So we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, that's good to say, but I think it's I'm going to check the funny flickering that I saw in the electrical system. Actually, right now, as soon as I'm done talking to you, the transmission pan's done, the oil pan's done. I did put up 4 hours and we got nowhere. I narrowed some things down. It's gonna take, I have no idea how long to figure out everything that's wrong. So we did replace the grinder rear lock actuators.
it was bad. It now locks and unlocks on your power, so you don't have to do it manually. So that's good. I was hoping that it was like a sensor inside that camera. I don't know. Maybe it was working. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's some issue with. So what's supposed to happen is the body control module that controls things inside the camera. It's supposed to send a signal from the lock module to the door module whenever you hit the button on the fob or on the inside or whatever. It's supposed to send a wake up signal. I have a sneaking suspicion that's not happening. I tried to check it, but I don't have, like, I need better probes. My probes suck. So, but I did try to check it with all disconnected. There might be something wrong with the wall. It's a PCI. I'll go into the whole button. But where we're at right now is I need to go to the junkyard. I'm just going to drive the van down to the junkyard tomorrow morning, grab the one bolt that was incorrect and screwed up in your transmission, replace it with the correct one, so that it's on the right bolts. I did check the AC a little bit yesterday, and the pressures are all wrong. I would recommend we wait until it's warmer, because when it's cool, the system doesn't work the same way that it does when it's warm, because it's already down with a bunch of physics stuff that I don't worry with. Once it starts to warm up a little bit, we start getting like 75-degree days. I'll bring the manifold up and we can just check it. What I think would be the recommended course of action, because it looks like it's overfilled. I think the recommended course of action would simply be to evacuate it, which we should be able to take it to a shop, and ideally they do it for free, because they're getting refrigerant out of the deal, so they shouldn't have a problem doing it and not charging us. But they'd evacuate it. I would bring it back home, put a vacuum on it for an hour or so, see if we can't monitor it for leaks for a little bit. Assuming it doesn't leak, take and refill it up with the correct charge and amount of oil for a service, and then see if it works from there. When I was checking it, it feels like the expansion block isn't working, which is not a nightmare, but slightly annoying to do. It's moderately easy, but it's just kind of back and very types of stuff. And if we're doing that, I'd probably say do the expansion device and the receiver dryer, because they're right there beside each other. And anytime I open an AC system, I prefer to replace the receiver dryer anyway, because you don't know what issues in the air. Again, more physics. It's just, they're fairly cheap usually. Pretty good idea to do that. Did you look at your receiver devices? No. Right now. That's fine. But I put some stop leak in the engine and the power steering and the transmission, which I should have gotten 3 bottles, but used 3 bottles. But we'll check to see if there's any other leaks and or where they're coming from a few months from now. And I'm going to, I still have do the junkyard run, get everything nice and hot. And then get back, degrease the remaining bits on the bottom that are still getting nasty. Sometimes it takes 5 or 6 times to get it all cleaned. We'll try to degrease it as good as we can again, and get it all cleaned up so I can see where stuff's coming from. And I'm going to, the transmission appears to be sealed, not leaking, as it stands right now. Of course, these transmissions are notorious for just leaking for no reason, so we'll keep an eye on them. And I can't find anything causing the vibration. I think the clutch can pull and twist it, gauge and putting myself up in front structural. Nothing leaks. Everything is tight. The only thing I can think of is maybe this front motor mount that I said 6 months to a year it would go bad. It moves a little bit, but it doesn't move as much as it feels like stuff is moving. But an engine is a lot stronger than I am, so maybe. I would say you guys don't floor it everywhere you go anyway, so ignore it until something breaks. As much as that's not advice you should really be giving people, if you can't find anything wrong, you can't diagnose it. So the stuff I do when I'm like, ooh, that's very when I was doing the radiator, you have to remove the hood latch to get down to the radiator, so I cleaned and removed the hood latch. Not that it matters for anything or another, but you know, it's a thing. And I mean, everything else that I'm looking at is fine. It's like I've said before, this thing far better condition for its age and the type of vehicle that it is, and the type of people that tend to own them than I normally expect. So, plus, the rear hatch works correctly, so it's weird that the rear hatch works side door built. There should be similar control mechanisms. And they do have power. They have power going the door. I can say will either be or you will never be able to get it working correctly again, depending on one of two situations. Where you can find a part that I have found that is bad, or if you find it, they're generally about $60. So, it's a beater. You don't have to worry about it. And I'll tell the same thing I tell everybody. For a vehicle, if you can just hop in and you go and you don't worry about it from zero. So if you're looking at, do I want to buy a cheap vehicle and fix it, or do I want to buy a vehicle that I already don't have to worry about? Right? You're going to spend. I don't know what the number is today because the market's so volatile. But general rule of thumb is you're going to spend between $7,000 and $14,000. Generally, it's 9 to 11.5 is the more average, but 7 to 14 gives you that whole base model versus luxury model argument that people tend to bring up when I say that. So between $7,000 and $14,000, whether you buy it for $1,000 and you put 6 to 13 into it, or you buy it for $7,000 to $14,000. That's about what it takes to go from not having a vehicle that you don't have to worry about to having a vehicle that you don't have to worry about. So you're already ahead of that curve, and that's kind of my aim in doing this whole thing anyway, is it shouldn't cost that much. These things in the U.S., as far apart as things are, and where you have to go and the way you have to do things, you need a car. It's a necessity in this country to own a car. So it's like it should not cost that much. It should not be that much of a burden to have something that is safe, that is at least somewhat moderately reliable. I mean, I know, so your heater works like, the heater works phenomenally. That's coming into winter. I imagine that's going to be a big plus. Having the heater working correctly. So where I'm at right now is go and grab that bolt, do a little bit of degreasing, and then tomorrow midday, tomorrow afternoon, bring it back up to you. I'll write up the invoice and everything before I come on, just so it's easier. Oh, it's Thanksgiving? Guess I'll give the wrong one. Well, it'll be Thanksgiving. They do what, Thursdays, right? So Friday, maybe. I don't know. I can give them a call. A lot of places will do like half days or something. I guess I can give them a call right now. I mean, yeah, Utah, Idaho seem to be more, I don't know, into the whole holiday thing. Southern California and Arizona is like, nah, bro, we're open. You got something you got to do? We're here. But either way, I'll get it done and get the invoice written up, and then we'll swap vehicles. I need to get the Civic back down here before it starts snowing and we get salt in the roads, because that car does not move on salted roads. So if the road gets salted the first of the season before I get back up there, then it's going to be I bring the van up and the Civic stays up there in Idaho until the end of the season.
Good question. Probably one of those I swing my roommates into giving me a ride if they want to go up and hang out with family or whatever. Yeah, but that would mean that I would be leaving the junkyard in a part of the day where there's a bunch of not very smart people, because this is Utah on the roads. I'm not doing it.
Even if I took the back roads. So I tend to plan things around mornings because people are sleepy, so their poor driving habits are slower as opposed to.
You could go to the junk today, which isn't as bad, and then drive here in the morning. See?
What do you mean? The junkyard's an hour away in Ogden.
Yeah. And it's through Ogden.
I'm not worried about it. It's that, and I want to do some filming in the junkyard anyway. We're going to be there a while. It'd be better for me to go in the morning when it's nice and cool, because I have my jacket on right now still from this morning, and I am sweating like crazy because it's hot. I just now realized it was hot. I was talking about it's 54 degrees. It's pretty hot for standing in a black jacket in the sunlight. Yeah, we're going to give you an update, let you know we're pretty much done with most things, honestly. Figure out the AC when it gets warm, and either that motor mount goes and starts to feel like crap, or it hangs on and you guys have a cord to live in it. You gotta get that urge, you put the pedal to the metal. Alright, I will. Well, I guess I'm gonna call it 10 minutes. But we'll figure it out and we'll get it back up to you in the next 30 days. 30 days. However many days. I'll talk to you later. I haven't even sat down and worked out like so. We'll figure it out. See you later. Oh, my roommate called me. Yes. So what do you have for tool to remove? Is it the stock that you built for the car thing? Oh, it's stuck on the hub. Okay, so what you do is donkey kick. Okay, so face away from it. Then whatever your weaker knee is, about 30 degrees, put yourself a little bit lower, put your knee that you're going to be using to kick straight in line with the tire edge. You don't want to kick the rim if you can avoid it. Sometimes you have to. But yeah, so you're going to kick behind you. Don't kick the body if you can avoid it. Try to kick this tire. And you don't want to use your leg like a hammer and ram it straight back. Right. It looks like you have a tiny grab. It's a standard thing on Ford trucks, rims not coming off the trucks correctly. Because if you do it where so you got to hit it with your heel, not your toes, but with your foot. When you're trying to use the line between your heel and your knee has to be straight. Oh, there you go. Yep. So it's all about leverage. Huh. What? Okay. Well, it doesn't appear to be any AC ripple. Well, according to this guy, he only goes down to 2.5 volt range. So the O-scope would probably give me a better view of that. But as long as we don't see it, because 2.5 volts, that means 1 volt would be there, half a volt. I mean, yeah, we don't want to see more than 1/4 of a volt AC ripple. And according to this, there's not any AC ripple, which is a lie. I should hook the signal generator up to this guy at some point and test them. Make sure that circuit's actually functional. I could do that. Put 5 volts of AC on there. And if it's not, then I have to get the back apart and fix it. Okay. Well, that's the last thing I wanted to check today. I need to call the junkyard real quick. Oh. Okay. Friday works. Friday's will be. Alright, thanks. Alright. So, junkyard, not open tomorrow, which we suspected. That's fine. Not a big deal. This guy. Other than that bolt, is done. I can sit down and start the invoice. I'm going to move him back over real quick to get him out of the way. I have to remove the chuck that I totally did not forget about. We are pretty much Doritos, Flamingos. Alright, we're done with that. The Volkswagen's still doing the thing. I guess I could pull the TCM out and green wire it. I'm not doing that today or tomorrow. I think I can get a hold of my roommate. What do you think? 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 Taking all bets. Taking all bets. Come on. Come on. 3, 2, 1. No, too late. If he gives me a ring back here in a minute. He might run out to the break room and give me a call back. I need to clean everything up. Not doing that today either. So, what did I do this time? Really gotta start taking stock of these things. So, put it over here, kind of on the twiddly whiteboard.
Let's pick you guys up and bring you over there.
Over to Le Computer. Put you there. I'm gonna put you there. We're gonna turn you kind of this way. Ta-da! Okay, so we helicoiled the one training bolt, the climate control bulbs. The cluster bulbs, engine oil dye, which I'm not going to charge for because that's just dumb. Oh, we're going to charge a 0.2 for pouring oil somewhere. We're already pouring oil. No, that's dumb. Oil pan. Engine oil pan. We did an HVAC diag. Because I actually spent some time on it. Power door diag. And I was out there for like 2.5 hours, but we're just gonna charge an hour. What did I do? Engine oil pan, radiator, engine oil pan, any service, radiator. Good thing you guys can't see what I'm writing, because it's ugly. Did bulbs. I spent 10 minutes trying to find that loose jiggly bit underneath. So not gonna charge for that. I guess the question is, do I charge the whatever it is, like 0.4 for the block test, combustion pressure test? It is a thing that I did, but it takes 10 or 15 minutes to perform. It's not that hard. But I had to buy a tool for it. And generally that's why you pay diagnostics fees. Labor fees for shop charging. Labor fees for something that doesn't require a bunch of labor to perform, like simple diagnostic fees where you're paying like an hour for the diagnostic fee. Excuse me. Turn the mic around. So generally the reason that shops charge a minimum of an hour for a diagnostic fee
for even just hooking the scanner up, just plugging it in, which I do not agree with that at all. But I do understand the reasoning behind it, which is that these tools aren't cheap, right? The tools to do these jobs are not cheap tools. The money for these tools has to come from somewhere. And at the end of the day, automotive work doesn't really pay that much in profits. Pretty much all you pay for in the automotive world for repairs is you're paying for the mechanic's bills, because he has food and gas and insurance and an electric bill and a family and a car payment and whatever. So you're paying the mechanic's bills to keep him alive so he can be at the shop working on your car. You're paying for the parts. Generally you pay, if you're getting the parts via the shop, which I don't do, but many shops won't anymore. Most shops are starting to get to the point where they won't allow customers to bring their own parts. Another one of those things that I think it's slightly despicable, but I understand the reasoning behind it. So a small markup on parts, usually it's not that much. It's just, so what you pay in markup, depending on the shop and depending on how they obtain their parts, this can go kind of two different ways. We're not going to really get into the nitty-gritty of all of it, but many times, depending on who you're dealing with, many times the markup on the parts, you're still paying less for the part, generally speaking, if the shop's doing their job correctly. You're paying less for the part, buying it from the shop after their markup, than you would pay for it if you went out and you got it from the same distributor, if you got the same part from the same distributor, right? Obviously, if you're going to Rock Auto to buy an AC Delco part that's a warehouse closeout part and you're getting it for 40% off, that's a whole different story. That's not, we're not talking about those cases. Those are mostly edge cases where stuff like that happens. If you're paying less for the part, generally you're getting a lower quality part. You get what you pay for. Standard rule of economy applies here. But if the shop's doing their jobs right, they're buying the part without tax, because they're not an end user, they're a distributor. So there's a whole thing about that. So they're buying it untaxed and at a discount because they buy a lot of stuff. They spend a lot of money with this distributor, ideally, so they get a price break because they buy more stuff. So say it's a $100 part for you to walk in and buy it, right? They might get their hands on it for $65. They're then going to mark it up and it's going to be $90. Still $10 cheaper than if you had bought that same exact part from that same exact distributor yourself as a walk-in, because you don't give that distributor that kind of money regularly, right? So one-offs are generally, doesn't matter what we're talking about, one-offs, if it's fabrication, if it's walk-in customers somewhere, one-offs are more expensive than buying in bulk. Simple as that. So the fee that you're paying for the 1 hour diagnostic is paying for those tools that scanner that you guys see me using fairly regularly on cars is an old scanner, 2014, old scanner. Okay, it's almost 10 years old at this point, and in the technology world, that is ancient. Okay, my old computer, my gaming desktop, is newer than that thing, and it's starting to get to the point where things require more power than what my hardware has to offer. Right, so thing's old. Brand new is. I could update the firmware with new what's that word? Definitions. I could update the definitions so that I could plug it into a 2021 and control the computer the same way it can control older stuff like the VW, where you can see the OEM specific stuff. A firmware update might even bring some optimizations. Oh, that might be my roommate. Hi, buddy.
What the hell?
What?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Not crazy important. I just figured I was calling people and I'd give you a call while I was at it. I plugged the transmission computer back in. No change. Yeah, so what we can do, if you're really interested, is we can green wire the analog signal up to the multiplexer and see if maybe it's something we can repair, a cap or a resistor gone bad. And I can monitor the signal on the O-scope. But at this point, because I don't see that problem on the cluster, and it's the same wire that feeds that signal to the transmission computer that feeds it to the cluster. So if I don't see it in the cluster, it's something internal to the transmission computer. And when I started it up this morning, it was in the house. The TCM wasn't even cold. It was in the house. And when I plugged it in, first start, so crank, it shot up to around 7,800, and then it went down to idle, and then 4,600, and then idle, and then 2 grand something, and then idle, and then 3,000 something, and then idle. Had a bunch of spikes. So perhaps heating it up in the reflow damaged whatever was already damaged even further, and now it's going to do it worse. But it still does a thing. It still does a thing where if you let it idle for a while and then you shut it off and start it again, it's fine. As long as you don't get it to trip the code and go into limp mode in the first place, it works. It seems to work normally, like it was doing already. Nothing changed, and the interior is still half torn apart.
So at this point,
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'd say start with a used one. Not the cheapest maybe, but like one from like a junkyard, like a reputable place. See if that'll work, because we can set the code in it, we can program it, but it has to be the correct model of the computer. And then if that doesn't work,
supposedly, everything I read, if the number matches on the case, you don't have to program it, just plug and play.
yeah, because the number tells you all the options. Yeah.
So,
Which means we could theoretically get another module that's a different option. I think just the one that we had that we can't find anymore was just from the newer version, and it was just different.
I think I remember it being like on the limit. Acceptable or not.
Yeah, because I think it was like an O4, which is, it was one of those ones where it's like, some works, it says?
And we were like, I think it was like $10 to grab it or something like that.
Yeah.
We were like, fuck it.
Yeah, we're just like, screw it, it's cheap, we'll try it out. Which,
And I mean, if we ever find it, we can sell it, maybe get the money back to this one.
right.
For now, yeah, I'll find an acceptable one, send it to me, and I'll order it tonight.
I mean, all the stuff I find is on eBay, and you don't like eBay, so...
No, I understand that at this point you have to. I try to avoid it because I'd rather buy new, but there's things I can't.
But I prefer eBay. Well, I despise Amazon. I, to this day, will not have an Amazon account. Because they have done some really... I mean, Google's done some really shitty things in the past, but Amazon has done some really, really shady things.
All companies.
Lesser of two evils.
Find one on eBay. They use.
Fine. Okay. You're the Volkswagen owner, not me. And you own more cars than I do, so you're the car guy, not me.
You gotta skip it too.
It doesn't matter. You still own more cars than I do.
So like, 3 cars, yeah, 3 of all my cars have been directly given
So,
no money exchange.
so question. I drove. When did I drive the truck? I drove the truck yesterday. So I drove the truck yesterday. I went to Macy's to get some distilled water for the van. So the wipers. Have you seen them where they come on, they won't go off? Okay, I thought I remembered you saying that, and I couldn't remember. I'm 90% certain it's the wiper motor, because the motor is what tells it where park is.
I looked that up at one point. I looked at the forum post. Apparently there's some module oil tank that's like 90.
I mean, that should be part integrated into the motor.
That's not the way they put it.
Oh.
I would look into it. Actually, if not, that's what but I would like that working.
Because I want to do the wiper arm mod, but I need the thing to go fully to park before I do that. Because I need to be able to measure where an actual motor. Because when it's in park, wiper motors, you can still move there's backlash in it. So I need to know where a good system is actually physically going to park.
Well, and I know that you were talking about wanting to go to the junkyard to grab some stuff too. Motor out of my road.
Yeah, I was going to do that one day, and turns out you have to tear like a bunch of shit apart to get down to it. I could do that.
I got the big sawzall now.
Is it battery? Oh yeah, the rigid. Yeah, maybe. So Friday, I think I'm going to the junkyard in the morning. Tonight. Oh, I was like. I mean. Well, the van I have to go to the junkyard for, and I'm going to use it to go to the junkyard. There's a bolt that somebody cross-threaded and replaced with a wrong bolt that I had to fix, and now I have to find the correct bolt.
Nice.
Yeah. So I was going to do that, but they're not going to be open till Friday.
Are they Black Friday? They're going to be open?
Yeah, they're going to be open. It's junkyard, man. They close on the holiday, and then they're open all the rest of the time.
Alright, well, I mean, whatever you need. We're
So-
going to be taking the phone,
So you're going...
careful with the Honda.
I was like, you're going tonight?
Yeah, we are.
I mean, I guess what I could do is I could write up the invoice tonight, drive the van up tomorrow, and give it back to her, and then we can do... Because I still have to replace the headlight housings in the next couple of week or so. I could then just, take my time going to the junkyard and make... Because I want to do some filming that I didn't do last time because it was just too damn hot. So I want to do some filming, and I guess I could write down a list of things to look for in the junkyard, and then I can make like a whole trip of it.
I do want to, one of the things I want from the junkyard is a brake booster off the next size up truck, and apparently just getting the bigger booster fixes the whole flushy issue.
You don't want to do Hydro Boost?
I want to try this because it'll be cheaper and faster.
Okay.
And then if I like it that way, or if it doesn't work, then we can put one out the Hydro.
Yeah, because they normally have a few of those guys down in there.
Yeah, and from the forum post I read and talking to Dave and everybody, they're like, yeah, the common fix for that is literally just get the bigger brake.
So, would it not then be a better idea if junkyard becomes a next weekend thing, and you and I both go together to try to make that faster?
I'm supposed to be going to Vegas.
What? For what?
play all having the fucking weekend in Vegas at the same time. They want me to meet them there.
Where are you gonna stay?
I have no deal.
Oh.
I don't know about that.
Because like if there's somewhere I could find, ooh, I might be able.
I just pay Raz to upgrade his room.
I wonder if I could stay with Holly Ann and Jesse for a night or two.
Pretty good.
Because you know what I really want. You know what I really want. I want my damn sandwich.
Dude, I was thinking about that. 100% about that.
I'm drooling, and we're taking. Like I would invite myself if I can find a way to find somewhere to stay, and I will bug the shit out of you guys all the way there, just to get that damn sandwich.
I'll let you know. I believe it's the weekend of the 10th.
10th December, which is going to be not this weekend, not next weekend, but the one after that.
So next weekend I would.
Okay, so yeah, we could do like a Saturday. Oh, yeah, we could do a Saturday thing, and I like to go.
Friday.
Either way, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. But I like to go. You know me. I like to go in the morning so that A, if it ends up taking a long time, you don't have to leave and come back. But B, it'll be nice and cool. Yeah, it'll be cold because now we're in winter technically.
Depends on how long you plan on being there.
Yeah, and that's all going to depend on your Chevy. Yeah, exactly. Because like yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. We write down a list and we make a day of it, and you go down there and you're like, okay, we're looking for Passat, we're looking for Chevy, we're looking for this, we're looking for that, and yeah, we take as many tools as we can. We do what we normally do. You do a walkthrough without tools because they're heavy, and then if you find the stuff you're looking for, then you grab the tools. And if you don't, then you leave, you get some lunch, and you made a 3-hour trip for nothing. A 3-hour, $2 trip for nothing. Well, yeah, but you 45 down, and then you're there for 30, 40 minutes, then 45, yeah. But there's also another junkyard nearby that I keep seeing that maybe we can try too. That way it's not just like a wasted trip. We can give it all the best chances.
That'd be nice to hit more and more.
I mean, if you want, if you really, I got a whole different idea. If you really, really want, there's junkyards in Vegas. There's a couple of pick and pulls in Vegas. We could take tools down, and I could go to the junkyard in Vegas. Yeah. Get Clayton, get Sean, get somebody, go, hang out, have lunch or whatever, and make a fucking, make like a run out of it. Yeah, that's fine.
Probably never see it.
Right. Actually, while you're down there, well, nah. I was like, if you had or were going to make a channel soon, I'd say let's take a camera and film you guys hanging out, make a little video out of it, and be like, channel coming soon or something. You make your own channel. Let me write down a list of things. I got to do an invoice for Marema. Yeah, we'll write down the stuff. I'll write a list of stuff that we need to look for at the junkyard, and I'll just maybe by the time you get home in 2 hours, we can see if there's enough to like actually make a plan out of it or something. All right, I'll talk to that.
All right, later.
Hey, hey, ho, ho, ho! Tell you what, if that happens, the camera's going with me. And I am filming that damn sandwich. Because it is amazing. Also, I'll see if they won't let me in the kitchen. And see, like, film how they make it. Because, like, I don't have a whole lot of viewers right now, as it stands, today. But people view my videos. People see my videos. I regularly get, I don't know, between 50 and 300 views, which is not much. But people see stuff. And if they see it, and it helps them, and they like it, there's a chance they'll subscribe, they'll like, they'll grow the channel, they'll help me out, they'll grow the brand, etc., etc., etc. So, you know, everything I can do to increase that, I am going to do. Because it's a business, right? This is a business that I'm trying to break into. With my, ew, gross. So, stand by. I'm going to try to call Clayton. Clayton. I don't even know if he's off of work yet.
Hello, you've reached the cell phone.
What the heck was that number? This guy.
Call is being answered by audit. Extension 5.
Don't tell me things. What was that number? Is that the number? Stand by. No answer. Let's try Shiny Boy. See if Shiny Boy gives me an answer. Answer. It's ringing, at least. But no answer. They might be on nights, which means they might be asleep. Or... yeah, probably asleep.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
Your face has been automated messaging system. Okay, so back to doing this invoice thing. Okay, so we did hands. Got those. Looked at the power doors. Ruled some stuff out, so that's good. We ruled things out. Which we won't remember the next time we look at it. If there is a next time. She said she really doesn't care about it all that much. So... do the radiator. Replace the bulbs. I think that was it. Pretty sure that was it. So, buttons on your pants. Let's look up Parts and labor. Engine, cooling system, radiator. 1.8 with AC, add 0.5. Yeah, that condenser was a pain in the ass. So 1.8, 0.5, 2.3. Really? 2.3? I guess it took me about 2 hours. Okay. Engine, oil pan R&R. Oh, oil pan gasket. Labor times, 1 hour. Sounds about right. Let me do transmission. Transmission. Transmission, automatic transmission. Filter. Labor times. 0.8. Okay. We're going to do 1.2 to cover the tranny filter and the Healy coil in labor. So 0.4 to do a Healy coil. It's not that hard. Climate control bulbs. So instruments. Where's instruments? Instrument panel. Instrument panel bulb. Labor times. 0.3 each. There were 8. That's 2.4. I ain't charging 2.4 for that. It didn't take 2.4 to do. So why don't, instead of 2.4, we call it an hour to remove and then 0.3 to replace all the bulbs at once. 1.3. I wrote that on the wrong line. 1.3. Okay, now climate control. Gauges. Instrument panel, blah, 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 blah. Where's the climate control? Climate control. Heating and air conditioning, probably. What? Labor times? Not that. Where's the control unit? Oh, control assembly, there he is. Bam. Labor times. Pulling it and putting it back in, so R and R, or R and I, remove and install. Not remove and replace. With AC says... What? Control assembly. I don't know what ATC is. Oh, automatic temperature control. It does not have that. It says with AC 0.5. 0.5, and what would we call it for the cluster bulbs? Is there a replace bulbs labor in here for this guy? Where was that? Where was that? Heating and air conditioning. Is there a search function? Bulb. Expand all. Bulb. 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 No. Okay. So Go to the top. Go to the top. Go to the top. Collapse all. Heating and air conditioning. Control assembly. Why is it not showing me the bulbs? What did I call it? 0.3 for the bulbs, replacing them all. But then I had to go and order them and do some extra labor for that. 1.3? Or not 1.3. 0.8. 0.8? Beep! Call it 1 for the finding the replacements and laughing at Dodge. I really don't want to do that though. I wish I had a... Because you go to instrument panel. And it doesn't have... doesn't have the HVAC control module. Control module HVAC? No. I don't know. So how long did it take me? That's if I can't find information on it, that's what I measure as. So pull 10. Put back in 10. Replace the bulbs 15. 35, so it's call it 0.6. 36 would be 0.6. Yeah, 0.8. Yeah, okay. I'm not crazy. That's included in this. Power door diag, because I actually spent time on it. We're just going to charge our diagnostic fee. Standard. Kind of standard in the industry. But my labor rate's not $125 an hour. I hooked the HVAC up, and I did do some testing. That's the question we had: is do I need to charge her for the HVAC thing? Or are we going to defer that until, because she is going to want to fix the HVAC, because come summertime, the AC doesn't cool off. Like, it sucks. So come summertime, she's going to want that working. I'm going to have to do a diag then too. And it's here and it's waiting for other stuff anyway. So there's no point in charging for it twice. That'd just be silly. So we ignore that. We don't do that. All right, so that's a total of 25667.3. Oh. 7.3. We also then have, what is this? Oil drain plug. These invoices for parts. Capsule. I need to go check and see what this part is. Is this the ones? Pretty sure this is the things I bought for the cluster. So, O'ReillyAuto.com. Do you guys want to see this? Do you want to see like what I'm doing? I could do that. I could show you guys. I think it's this guy. That guy. It's that guy right there. We're gonna do that. Better camera. Okay, so part number is W1267. What is W1267? No, okay, that's tool. Don't need that. Honda Pilot capsule. This isn't anything to do with the van, but I don't know what it is. Capsule. Oh, bulbs. Okay, don't need that. This is oil drain plug leak finder. Yep. That is that. Where's the hell are the papers over here? Where did they go? See if we can find them real quick. There we go. So radiator. We don't want this one. Radiator and detector. Oh. Coolant and door lock actuator. I need a highlighter. Because we also need... Okay, that's the Healy coil. Mini lamp. PC74, is that the one for the... Is that the ones with the housing? I think that's the one with the housing, PC. PC74. Housing. Yep, that's the guys with the housing already. Okay, so the bulbs are on there. The other bulbs... eBay. Those were $12. So we can write... I have a pen here somewhere. Oh. Pen? 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 Where are you? I need to clean this card up. There's all kinds of crap down there. No! Miss your pen. Miss your pen. ¿Dónde está mi pen? ¿Dónde? Over here? Is it over here? Is it over here? Is it over here? Oh, I was going to take this lock actuator apart. I guess we're doing that tomorrow, aren't we? Lock actuator will not be today. I need to move the truck before they get home so they have somewhere to park. Actually, what I think I might do is I might bring the truck into the yard. I don't know where the heck the pen went. I had a pen over here. Specifically for writing things. You know? You know what I mean? I had a pen for writing things down. I don't know where it went. I guess we'll just use the Sharpie for now. And this will be... Which ones was it? Climate control. $12. Okay. Might have been 14. I don't know. But 12. Fine. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I think we're gonna end the stream here. I don't know. Would it interest anybody if I used not you if I what's the word I want? I guess the question is, would it be of any interest to anybody? The bit where I do invoices, doing it on stream, like full transparency, is that a thing that would interest people? Just to have that thing where I'm like, look, I am better than shop XYZ. I do a better job at invoicing than XYZ. I am more fair and a more reasonable cost than XYZ, and I adjust labor based off of the actual time it took to do it, not book time, and I'm quote unquote swindling people out of money. I mean, what you're paying shops for when you're paying labor time is you're paying a flat rate because that's what they figured it took to do the thing. What you end up getting in the long run is sometimes you pay for a little bit more time than work that was actually performed. Sometimes you pay for less, depending on a whole bunch of factors that we could spend hours talking about. It averages out. So at the end of the day, a shop gets paid for the work that it does, generally speaking, assuming the shop's on the up and up, above board, right, and they're doing their jobs correctly. So at the end of the day, it's not something to quibble about. It's not something to even mention, really. But there are shops that aren't that, and that do it wrong. And those shops need to be called out. Those shops need to be watched and finger wagged. And if it so happens that they go out of business because they're doing bad things, they're doing shady practices and swindling customers out of their money, I don't have a problem with that at all. Be a good person, whether people are watching or not. All it boils down to. It's, shopping cart test. Kind of what it is. Another shopping cart test. Will you take the shopping cart and put it away? Even if there's nothing else in the parking lot? There's nothing else in the parking lot. Will you put the cart in either the cart park or take it back to the store? Me, unless I'm on the very far end of the parking lot, I usually just take it back to the store anyway. If I parked, a lot of times I'll park right beside the car park, so I can just put the cart back in the cart park. But like, if the cart park is full, I don't just like leave it in the freaking parking lot and walk away. That's dumb. People that do that, I hope somebody comes by and sees this. You're dumb. We don't like you. We, society, we don't like you. Be better. But that's neither here nor there. For today, I'm not going to do the invoicing on stream because I don't think it's crucial. I don't think it's critical. I don't think it matters. If that's something that my viewership today or in the future is interested in, then we can look at it. And I don't have a problem doing it. Not at all. But the invoicing stuff's inside and the computer's outside, and it's not easy to write on things out here because there's just crap everywhere. So the simpler solution is to end the stream, go inside, finish up the invoicing given these numbers that we've come up with, which I'll probably end up taking a picture with my phone. Do that right now. So I don't have to back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Because that's annoying. Easy peasy. And then I need to go move the truck. I'm going to see if we can't fit it in the yard. And we'll see you folks. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to talk to my roommates tonight. They might be going up tonight. But then why did they get turkey and stuff? Are they going to take it with them and cook it? My roommates are very strange. They're very, very odd in the way they process information. Says the guy who beeps when he feels tired. Anyway, I think that's it for me today. I'm going to move the bike back in, move the truck. We're going to test the yard, see how it works. And we will see you folks, if not tomorrow, then probably maybe Saturday. Maybe, I don't know. We'll figure out how this whole weekend goes. If I'm here and I'm not doing anything, I might not even go to dinner. I might just eat food I have here. Just have the day to myself. Of course, if I have the day to myself, I'll probably end up streaming. Because I just get bored. Sitting around all day doing nothing is boring. And I don't like holidays anyway. I find them semi-despicable. Ask me about it later. Not tonight. Tonight we're done. I need to come up with like an end card for the stream. I need to come up with a card for the stream so I can do kind of like Moonbo does, where he starts the stream in the thing and he's got the chat scrolling in the one side and the face cam and it's just some background. I think I kind of want to do something like that, where I switch the, what you call it there? Oops. There we go. Switch the scene, you know, from there to there, and it's you know, the card with, I kind of think I want to do the spinning, it might be ugly but it runs behind me and I'm face cam in front of it. I could do that. But I'd have to have a green screen to do that. Maybe I won't do that. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Not today. Today is, I'm going to go move the truck. And I hope you guys have a good night, a good day, a good morning, a good food, a good sleep, a good whatever. And we'll see you in the next one.